Bienvenidos a la escalera. Una prueba para tomar conciencia de lo difícil que es tener pensamiento propio y salir del rebaño. Vuestras respuestas subiréis o bajaréis escalones. Cuanto más pienses por ti mismo, más alto llegarás. Responded con total honestidad. Aquí no hay ganadores ni perdedores, ¿entendido?
Sí.
Sí.
Alguno va a subir seguro, ¿eh?
¿Vamos? Yo voy.
Cuando yo vi que todo el mundo como que dijo, yo no estoy influenciado por la mayoría, y subieron las escaleras, yo me quedé un poco flipando. Digo, pero amores, estamos constantemente luchando para no estar como influenciadas, pero porque somos seres sociales.
¿Tienes el trabajo que soñabas con 18 años? Si es así, subes 10.
Pues mira qué suerte que sí. Cantante, compositora y una mujer de mundo.
Correcto, pero...
¿Sí?
Sí.
Dale.
En este momento, elegirías Mafre Salud, la telemedicina más avanzada, y tu médico siempre disponible en el móvil. Calcula ahora tu seguro. Mafre.
Holder ayuda en lo más valioso, el tiempo.
Con Holder podrás gestionar tu negocio de manera fácil e intuitiva.
Como somos muchos agentes internos y externos, facilita muchísimo la comunicación fiable.
También podrás gestionar fácilmente tus proyectos, CRM y recursos humanos.
Para mí, Holder ha sido la
Hola, buenas tardes. Una salutació des de la Vall d'en Bas, en Cataluña. Primero de todo, agradeceros la oportunidad de poderme expresar en este encuentro, aunque sea desde lejos. Por razones personales no puedo estar con vosotros, pero en cualquier caso, con esta oportunidad de enviaros no solo un saludo, sino algunas reflexiones que me han pedido. Agradeceros también la posibilidad de participar en la elaboración del documento que va a servir un poco de base a este encuentro, de punto de pedido una intervención pues, concisa, y lo voy a hacer. Simplemente me gustaría destacar aunque ya venía alargándose de tiempo antes y evidentemente la Primera Guerra Mundial y la Revolución de Octubre, en tanto y cuanto supuso una sacudida a nivel continental y mundial, de alguna manera se convirtió en un aviso, en una señal de alarma para las fuerzas sociales que mantenían, digamos, que querían mantener sus privilegios y que los veían amenazados. Por lo tanto, yo creo que hay una cuestión que es importante y que creo que vamos, deberíamos de tener en cuenta, ¿no? Que es esta el fascismo como un intento claro y que funcionó de canalizar la seducción de las masas en la política, bloquear sus aspiraciones democráticas, detener la oleada revolucionaria que se estaba produciendo en Europa y por tanto mantener intactos los privilegios seculares de las clases dominantes. Y yo creo que eso es importante porque nos retrotrae algo que no deberíamos perder, no deberíamos de haber perdido, que es un análisis de clases de los fenómenos históricos ideológicos, que no solo son ideológicos en el sentido clásico que hemos entendido, que hemos interpretado muchas veces, sino que tienen un carácter basado en los intereses de clase, en la defensa, en este caso, de unos privilegios.
Chocolate valor y a volar. Chocolate es valor.
Viva la quinta brigada, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Viva la quinta brigada, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Que nos cubrirá de glorias, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Que nos cubrirá de glorias, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Luchamos contra los moros, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Luchamos contra los moros, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Mercenarios y fascistas, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Mercenarios y fascistas, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. El ejército del Ebro, rumba la rumba la rumba la. El ejército del Ebro, rumba la rumba la rumba la. La otra noche el río cruzó, ay Carmela. La otra noche el río cruzó, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Ya las fuerzas invasoras, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Ya las fuerzas invasoras, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Buena paliza le dio, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Buena paliza le dio, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. En los frentes de Granada, rumba la rumba la rumba la. En los frentes de Granada, rumba la rumba la rumba la. No tenemos días lunes, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. No tenemos días lunes, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Y tenemos días martes, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Y tenemos días martes, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Con los tanques y granadas, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Con los tanques y granadas, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Si me quieres escribir, ya sabes mi paradero. Si me quieres escribir, ya sabes mi paradero. En el frente de batalla, primera línea de fuego. En el frente de batalla, primera línea de fuego. Si tú quieres comer bien barato y de buena forma, si tú quieres comer bien barato y de buena forma, en el frente de batalla allí tienen una fonda. En el frente de batalla allí tienen una fonda. entrada de la fonda hay un moro Mohamed. En la entrada de la fonda hay un moro Mohamed que te dice pasa, pasa, ¿qué quieres para comer? ¿Quién te dice pasa, pasa, qué quieres para comer? Plato que dan son granadas moledoras. El primer plato que dan son granadas moledoras. El segundo de metralla para recordar memorias. El segundo de metralla para recordar memorias. Viva la quinta brigada, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Viva la quinta brigada, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Que nos cubrirá de glorias, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Que nos cubrirá de glorias, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Luchamos contra los moros, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Luchamos contra los moros, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Mercenarios y fascistas, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Mercenarios y fascistas, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. El ejército del Ebro, rumba la rumba la rumba la. El ejército del Ebro, rumba la rumba la rumba la. La otra noche el río cruzó, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. La otra noche el río cruzó, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Ya las fuerzas invasoras, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Ya las fuerzas invasoras, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Buena paliza les dio, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Buena paliza les dio, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. En los frentes de Granada, rumba la rumba la rumba la. En los frentes de Granada, rumba la rumba la rumba la. No tenemos días lunes, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. No tenemos días lunes, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Y tenemos días martes, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Y tenemos días martes, rumba la rumba la rumba la. Con los tanques y granadas, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. Con los tanques y granadas, ay Carmela, ay Carmela. La huelga, compañero, no vayas a trabajar. Deja quieta la herramienta es la hora de luchar. A la huelga 10, a la huelga 100, a la huelga madre yo voy también. A la huelga 100, a la huelga 1000, yo por ellos madre y ellos por mí. Contra el gobierno del hambre nos vamos a levantar, todos los trabajadores, codo a codo con el pan. A la huelga 10, a la huelga 100, a la huelga madre yo voy también. A la huelga 100, a la huelga 1000, yo por ellos madre y ellos por mí. Desde el pozo y el arado, desde el torno y el telar, vivan.
Today of the Congress, and there will be no specific coffee break this morning from 10:45 until noon. The coffee will be available in the room next to this main room, but there will be no break.
Que vamos a comenzar el encuentro europeo.
So we are going to start the European anti-fascist meeting, and we will be here until 12:30 when the plenary meeting will start.
Proponeros una mesa.
So we're going to try to have a round table. We have a joint proposal. We would like Lola Sierra to be the moderator.
Y como secretario actúe Manuel Ruiz García, de la Asociación de Víctimas de la Transición en Andalucía y muchos colectivos más. Y Miguel Manzanera, que no lo veo. ¿Miguel? Ah, coño, ¿de acuerdo? ¿Os parece bien? Aprobado por aclamación.
Disculpa un momento, Bruce Rafek está por aquí.
Nos preparan a la lucha en contra de los obreros. Un rayo me parta a mí si ataco a mi compañero. La guerra que tanto temen.
Otra última
no
nota.
Del extranjero.
Una de las intervenciones va a ser el
lograron los mineros.
que no entienda
Ay, que yo no tiro, que no. Ay, que yo no tiro.
Hemos traído unos auriculares que no lo use.
Ay, que yo tiraba que sí.
Para
Ay, que yo tiraba que sí.
La traducción se hará a través del enlace que hemos pasado hace unos días. Que la traducción la estamos haciendo para después en redes sociales meter todo en inglés. Pero
si mi hermano se levanta, estando yo en el cuartel, tomo el fusil y la manta y me echo al monte con él. Oficiales, oficiales, tenéis mucha valentía, veremos si sois valientes cuando llegue nuestro día. Ay, que yo no tiro, que no, ay, que yo no tiro, que no. Ay, que yo no tiro contra mis hermanos. Ay, que yo tiraba que sí. Ay, que yo tiraba que sí. Contra los que ahogan a España en sus manos.
¿Qué es lo que quieren? Es que vamos tarde.
Matamora, ¿dónde la pongo? Pónmela.
Ponla a la segunda.
¿Aquí?
¿El primero que va a hablar quién es?
Yo.
¿Tú vas a hablar primero? Pues venga, que hable y
no voy a hablar nada porque no voy a dejar preparar nada.
¿8 minutos? ¿O 10?
Sí, menos.
8. Nadie. Venga, pues empieza. Empieza yo.
¿Hay otra copia? Esto lo tiene.
Cuando tenga que subir a alguien, di claro el nombre para que yo pueda poner su cartel. ¿Dónde se va a sentar la persona que suba?
Pues aquí mismo. ¿Vale?
Pero que ahora lo vais a entender
Por favor.
todo, ahora es en español.
Se mastica la represión.
So we feel repression. It's made of violence of the state. It's organized crime. Look. If you look carefully, you will see that your mouth is conditioned. It's a rubbish contract, or in the rubbish of a contract that will not allow it to be alive, and your life is that of a contract. In these times, violence is fed by hunger, and hunger is an element from the dominant class that accumulates the hunger of people. From I to you, we are the pasture of the elites under the violence of the state or of organized crime. I want your mouth free, your life free, the end of humiliation in 3 poems. Marco González Sedano.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Sirvan estos versos.
This poem pays tribute to Marco González Sedano. Marco Sedano, our dear colleague, he was apprentice of a poet, and he worked in the memory movement of La Desbandá, and he's got to be with us today here. We need to think of him, because one of his goals was to create anti-fascist networks. He's been with us yesterday and the day before, and today too.
Estos versos describen lo
Our poems, this poem describes what we are experiencing in Spain, under a criminal capitalism where the working class is suffering from misery that leads it to despair, which is food for fascism. Fascism may not succeed. It goes against human nature. The rational and solidarity approach. This meeting, in the framework of the first International Congress of La Desbandá, should be the first stone of a social movement that counteract the political synergies of imperialist capitalism that is leading to the success of what is irrational, and they shall not pass. They shall not pass. So, there are 13 different organizations or movements that are working in the struggle against fascism. I'm going to mention them, but they're here represented with us, and I will give them the floor in a specific order that I thought was the best one. And we don't have much time, as you know. We've got a limited time because during the whole Congress that has been the case because we've got a lot of content. So I'd like to ask you to take only like 8 minutes and only 10 minutes if you absolutely need to, but better if you limit yourself to 8 minutes. So I'll give the floor to José Manuel Luque Pita from La Desbandá.
Bueno, pues breve.
I'll be brief. We've built the agreements in a collective fashion, and we want to submit that to the discussion. I would like to welcome you all, and well, sorry that, well, we've had this limited time. This meeting is coordinated with the European left too, and well, we've chosen the date to celebrate this because it's the March of the Black Shirts on Rome, which took place 100 years ago. So this is the anniversary of that date. And this is done in the context of La Desbandá. And this is, well, a clear symbol of many lives, because this was not a civil war. Mussolini had been funding for many years, and the requetés had been funded, and for the very first time the armies and the irregulars and the regulars, the Italian, the German, the Carlist militia, they were all there. Also here, La Desbandá, well, we had these international brigades that blocked them in Motril, and that is the international brigadists were the greatest international solidarity movement of the 20th century. And all the fuel and the equipment came from the progressists. In this country, the people were in the hands of the fascists. That was the case in Europe from the 39, and here particularly that was the case. With the only support of the international brigades, the people were fighting against fascism. And that was from the year 1922 till 1939. And Roosevelt allowed for Tresaco to bring the fuel. If the war was not, if they were defeated in the war, PO 12 would pay for that. And in the 1922 till 1939, we now have the duty, because there are, again, states that are not acting. We could be detained because hating fascism has now been declared as a hate crime. And in fact, it should not be a hate crime. It is a citizen's duty. You are either fascist or anti-fascist. There's nothing in between. If around the table there is a fascist and 10 people sitting with that person and still sitting at the table, in that table what we have are 11 fascists. So we are here convened to build together an European network to fight fascism and against the far right. And the fascists, they shall not pass, as was the case in Europe, except for here. Now, dear colleague, comrade Matamola. Maite.
¿Has leído eso? La poesía Martín.
Sí,
¿Ha salido bien?
sí, ha salido bien. Y todo tú comunicas, es verdad. No control. Maite Mola, no control, no me, el móvil me lo deja por ahí. Javier de Miguel. A ver, Javier de Miguel, ¿qué encuentro República?
Y siempre el nombre por el que habla.
Si pones eso no se me ve.
Escúchame, pues dile cuál, dile qué.
En internet viene
Bueno,
Javier de Miguel y el Raúl Balcón.
muy rápidamente, porque creo que ha sido tan...
So very quickly, well, this has been so dense that so many things have been said and there's hardly anything to be said. These 3 days have been very impressive. I'd like to thank, on behalf of the European Left Party, we are a group of 43 parties of the European environment, and this I'm not referring to the European Union, but to Europe as a continent, and it's been a great pleasure to be here with you all. This meeting is highly important, and we believe it's also absolutely necessary to disseminate everything that has been said during this Congress. We believe that there's a vital political moment for this kind of meetings, and that is right now. Those who are aware of what's going on in Europe, I suppose you all know that in Sweden, famous in Sweden, 24% of the far right, Portugal that has had a dictatorship until very recently, just like us. At least they had their own revolution, and there the far right has achieved 11%. And well, when I think about Italy, it just makes me cry. Terrible. Also France, with Marine Le Pen in the second round of the elections for many years now. And she says, well, we're not against immigrants, but there are 2 million unemployed people in France, and we need to solve this first. And that's, you know, this cynic speech. So we need to link the fight for peace and the fight against fascism. Peter has said that this is a red line. You're either fascist or anti-fascist, and we've seen of the Soviet Union. But we must not forget the essential role of NATO there. We've been supporting La Desbandá for 6 years now. I'm talking on behalf of the European Left Party. And that's not because I'm the vice president of this party and I'm Spanish or from the Basque Country, but we've been doing that because La Desbandá is absolutely essential. We need to recover historical memory. That's key. And the law that has been prepared by Enrique Santiago, the president of the Communist Party in Spain, will mean that we're going to talk about this in the schools. Cristina Simón and me, we've created a European forum of progressive, green and left parties. And this, we've had our 6th meeting this year in Rome. In Athens. And, well, we've been able to join all these different and diverse groups for 6 years in a row. And it would be very important to be able to include this in this forum, because there's also a feminist network and trade unionist network. And it would be absolutely important to have an anti-fascism network at these very crucial times in Europe. Our organization's Congress will be held in December, mid-December 2022. That will be the Congress of the European Left Party. The last one was held in Benalmádena, and the next one will be held in Wien. And I'd like to invite you to that Congress. So for us, the red lines are peace, and thank you so much for this invitation. Down with fascism, and long live the Third Republic. They shall not pass.
Bueno, Maite no se puede ir.
Maite, well, she's got to stay with us. We've received money from the European Left Party, and we've received her personal support too. And when they started giving us support, it was just an idea. And they've been there for a long time. And the survivors, and also her, not because she's old, but because of her essential support here, we would like to give them a special gift so that they will remember this Congress and not just a plaque. Thank you so much. They shall not pass.
Javier de Miguel, Encuentro Estatal Republicano.
Javier de Miguel cannot join us here in the room, and Paco will help us to connect with him online.
Encuentro Estatal Republicano.
Soy Ana Sánchez y voy a leer el comunicado.
Pues pasamos. Ah, vale, vale. Perfecto, sí. Bueno, pues me dice el compañero Paco.
So Paco is telling me that the video has been sent, but we've got another colleague who is going to address a few words. My name is Ana Sánchez. In the unitary space, in our group, we have part of the Republican movement in the state. We launch different activities to advance in this sense. Our proposal is a republic that will dignify the head of the state. And in a plurinational state as ours, this could be a federal republic. This is not an easy task, particularly in the current situation where far-right and fascism are advancing in Poland, Hungary, and other countries, also in Europe and in the US. In Spain, they are hiding their ultra-liberal positioning. They have been able to permeate some classes that are suffering from the misery. Vox presents a view with the Queen Elizabeth from Castile, and Fernando from Aragon. Cánovas del Castillo, they refer to Cánovas del Castillo, and they try to face a view of Spain, what fascism in the power imposed from 1939. Our proposal is to advance towards a republic where this symbol will be brought down, as they use it as the basis of their political proposal. The monarchy is essential for them in the dominance of oligarchy. And this is supported by also the Social Party. The Popular Party, Ciudadanos and Vox are supported by the media. And they penetrate the youth and the working classes. We've seen what's happening in France or Italy, and this means that we have an enormous responsibility. Fighting against fascism means fighting their hidden proposals. And in this sense, the battle of ideas is key. We need to defend a public education where, in a cross-cutting way, we will work on historical memory. There is one essential element, and we need to work with the society, with unions and other organizations. So the crisis is not paid by the working classes, but by industrial groups that are increasing their earnings with the excuse of the crisis. We need to put our differences aside and come to agreements that will allow us to advance. We support this international congress against fascism, and we would like to extend our arms to all the organizations who are there. Long live the Third Republic.
Gracias, Paco. Paco Pepe.
Thank you very much, Paco Pepe. I'm going to invite Remedios Ramos to join us. She is the coordinator of Andalucía República.
Buenos días a todos y a todas, compañeras.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, comrades. It is a great honor for me to be here and for Andalucía Republicana, the platform I am representing here today, to have the chance to be here and to participate in this anti-fascist meeting and in this first International Congress La Desbandá. I'd like to remind you that Andalucía Republicana was born just here in Mollina in 2016, a long time ago. At that time, we gathered with many other associations and we started creating a platform, a union platform from the bottom. Our goal, and I think we have achieved it, our goal was to have a unity Republican movement, left movement. We started working with Málaga Republicana, that was founded in 2014. And then later on, we got to organize Andalucía Republicana, Republican Andalusian, and we organized our first state meeting. We got to make a referendum to ask, to choose between monarchy and republic, and we did it all around the Spanish territory. So this initiative that was born in Malaga, always around in connection with La Desbandá, with the comrades from Vélez Málaga and Malaga. And when we decided to get together every 7th of February to make a march from the square of the Obispo Square, that was the place, the starting point of the flight from the massacre of Malaga, the fascist massacre of Malaga, and this flight to the road to Almería. So this march we used to make every year, a small group of people first and then more and more. So this is the beginning of Málaga Republicana, later on Andalucía Republicana. And none of the organizations that make part of this unity platform, we didn't want to be small initiatives or something punctual. We wanted to create a truth network that could gather all the people and all the groups and associations that are fighting for the Third Republic in Spain. Just as Peter said before, we have to create a European network against fascism. The danger is not coming. It is here already, and it is ruling our countries in Europe, and it is killing people, and it is really close to us. And in Spain, they are gaining ground. They are coming to the power for every way. They come all around, and they are even gaining ground between the peasants, the people from the agriculture sector. So these stories, this narrative is gaining ground between many amongst workers and farmers. And they are reaching this population throughout messages in WhatsApp, in the social media, and we're gonna have the same situation of these old rich kids that go in their horses and that were at the time killing the grandparents of these farmers now and of this working class. And this is the way fascism is getting into the heart of our societies. And that's the reason why we have to keep doing events like this. I will give you a very quick example. Encarnación Barranquero, the historian from Malaga, who made a conference, who did her conference the first day, she forgot to tell something. When she got married, a long time ago, maybe 30 years ago, well, her honeymoon was to visit the archives with her companion in order to find all the victims of reprisals of the Franco regime. She never tells this story, but I know it because I am her friend. This is a real anti-fascist historian, and she told us that up to now all this work was a research work because the society was not involved. But now this is starting to happen. Now there is more awareness, and we're going to have to teach this at the schools. We're going to have to teach La Desbandá and the Franco repression in our country. And we're going to stop listening to the other version of the story. I'm going to finish very soon, but when all these people don't have been silent during so many years, and when we visited the exhibition in Malaga, a guard told us many people keep coming. People 80, 90 years old people, they come here and they tell us about this because there is still people that are that are frightened and that do not want to talk about this, but they start to talk a little bit now that they are really old. So nobody's going to silence us again. We have to keep fighting for the Third Republic, and we need this European network against fascism. So stop fascism and long live the Republic. Salud.
Gracias, Reme. Saludamos de una...
Thank you very much, Reme. We're really grateful for the participation of Antonio Romero Ruiz, who is the president of the Association of Municipalities for the Third Republic. Hello, Antonio.
Si no iba a subir.
Bueno, queridos compañeros y compañeras, queridos amigos.
Dear comrades, I am not in a very good shape, but I'm still standing.
Aquí muy cerca de Mollina, está.
Very close to Mollina, there is Humilladero, which is my hometown. In 1931, in the year of the proclamation of the Second Republic on the 14th of April, there was a demonstration to celebrate the Republic. A celebration shared by all the agriculture workers and all the peasants. They all came together to the village and they made this huge demonstration. But there was a group of people who passed through an electric unit that was close to the road, and there were some workers working there. And so they joined the demonstration. And one of them said, "You have go to hell, Alphonse the 13th." And they called him the one of the palitroques because he had some kind of pieces in her clothes. So he didn't say, "Go fuck the king of Spain," but he said, "Go fuck the one of the palitroques," something really offensive, an offensive way to say that they didn't want this king of Spain, this corrupt king of Spain. This is to say that the arrival of the Republic was a great joy for our village. Of course, now we want a third Republic to recover the state of law in Spain. Some comrades even say that after the Franco regime, the state of law was never really recovered because our people has never had the right to decide on the kingdom, on the king we have. That's why I'm here to say that Jorge Dimitrov, the General Secretary of the Communist International, used to say, when fascism takes it over in a country, this country becomes a giant concentration camp because fascism goes against everything, against men and women of culture, against youth, against homosexuals, against the working class, and mainly against the working class. That is why we need to gather everyone to fight, in this struggle for the Third Republic. And it is also crucial to raise awareness in Spain about the need of eliminating the crown here, a crown that is only wasting resources. And that's why we want to participate in the European network. And of course, we will do everything that it takes to take part in this network and say again, go fuck the one of the palitroques, just as they said in Córdoba.
Consol Hernández.
Consol Hernández, Amical Plicated of Catalonia. She's here, yes. Welcome, comrade.
No se oye. Pon el micro.
¿Sí?
Sí.
Molt bé. Que nuestros nombres no se borren de la historia.
Shall our names not be deleted from history? The 13 roses. So after all these wise interventions, I'd like to say hello to you all on behalf of la Amical de las Brigadas Internacionales de Cataluña, the Catalonian Amical Association of the International Brigades. It's a great honor and a great pleasure to be here with you. It's absolutely moving to see this room full of people that have fought so hard and still do it in order to recover the situation that was destroyed in 1939. So to all those who lost their lives in the front lines, in the ditches of the roads, in the houses, and it is our duty to do it because of the new generations. We have to do it. We are responsible for it. And we have to claim for the story to be told as it was. We know fascism is powerful. We know they have lots of resources that they will use to keep in power, to stay in power. So we're going to fight them. It is crucial, and we want to congratulate on behalf of our association. We want to say congratulations for this first European meeting against the far right and the fascism. For us, it is critical to have this meeting, to hold this meeting here in the framework of the first International Conference of La Desbandá. This meeting is taking place in a particularly important moment for Spain. We have just passed the history memory law, and it is very important that we keep a close eye on the application of the law. We have to control it. We have to make sure that it is enforced in every field of our struggle. I want to highlight the great importance of this first international conference, and then again, congratulations to the organizers, the quality, the level of the research works that has have been shared here is just amazing. The life stories have been really moving, and what is also really important is the gathering together, the connection, the personal connection of all these people that have been enjoying these 3 days together, just like comrades, and always with our mission of seeking reparation and seeking justice for the next generations as well.
En la sociedad líquida en la que vivimos.
In this society in which we live, it's essential to share concerns, experiences, and analysis in order to be able to advance in the execution, in the actual application of our rights and duties. The right wing will always find a path to advance. They have a very clear goal, and this is what pushes them forward. And we need to understand what our goal is to advance, to be able to actually reach the Third Republic that we all wish to obtain. But in order to do that, we need to work together and advance together, united against anti-fascism, against fascism, and against the dictatorships that are there. This collective joint action, hand in hand, this is what will empower us to be able to create international networks against fascisms and Nazi fascisms. We know very well how to identify them. In spite of whatever the name they take, they always advance in order to maintain and perpetuate their privileges. They wish to destroy working organizations, workers' organizations, and also condemn the people to misery. This is why we want to join this proposal for the creation of an European network to fight fascism, and our organization will be working hard in that direction. This is one of our goals and has always been one of our goals since our foundation. We must recover the values of the internationalism of people that brought thousands of young people from Europe and the world to Spain to defend it from the military coup against the Republic. They shall not pass. We're going to be there to fight against them. We want to also expand our solidarity energy to the people of Brazil, who are facing an extraordinary and highly important moment in their history. It is absolutely essential that Brazil will achieve its goals. They shall not pass. And we will do everything we must to make sure that's the case.
Sigo. Es un honor para mí también.
It is a great honor for me to represent also the communication by the Spanish section of the Association of Italian Partisans. We want to extend our hand to all the participants in this European meeting against fascism and the far right in the framework of the first International Congress of La Desbandá. We want to thank the organizers for their invitation and the participants for being here. In 1922, with the March on Rome, Mussolini was in charge of the creation of a government. And this was the beginning of an age that affected not only Italy, but also many other European countries until the victory of the Allies in 1945. We need to remember that fascism was also an exports product with its atrocities, killings, bombs, intrinsic violence. And unfortunately, Spanish citizens know this very well. They've experienced that since 1936 till 1939, when the Italian troops were helping the rebels to destroy the legitimate Spanish Republic. And so also many other Europeans know this: the French, the Greek, the Norwegian, the people from Yugoslavia, and many other countries in Europe. Until they destroy all people in the continent. This is why we want to add here, and we want to actively participate in this meeting, because we must not forget that fascism is a threat for all. It is perhaps not the same fascism as that of Mussolini's, but in any case, his ideas are still a threat for the fundamental values on which European democracy should be built: freedom, equality, justice, social and civic values. All these fundamental values are essential, and they were defended by so many men and women who in 1922 were already fighting to stop the black wave that was invading Europe. This is the reason why our association, that was born 1 year ago, does not want to be only an Italian group. We want to reinforce all the friendly links with anti-fascists in Spain, Italy, and Europe. To defeat fascism, we need to work jointly and very hard. This needs to be a European struggle. As the European anti-fascists already said during the darkest years of the last century, we need to act. And we need to be united, particularly now. Thank you very much, dear comrades. Thank you very much.
Gracias, compañera.
Thank you very much, dear comrade. Luis Suarez from La Comuna, the Association of Prisoners and Victims of the Reprisal of the Franco dictatorship. We need to be as brief as possible. I'm telling this to you, but I'm saying this to everyone, please. I don't like to interrupt, because I know that what we are saying is very absolutely important, and this is why I try not to interrupt. Thank you, Lola. Can we be a Democrat without being anti-fascist? There are in this country many people who say they are Democrats, but are not anti-fascists. They don't want to say they are anti-Francoists. The right wing says that they are over their complexes, and now they have launched a cultural war. They are rewriting history in many different fields. They are rebuilding, redesigning an anti-communist theory. They're saying that the Blue Division wasn't there with Hitler, to defend fascism, but that they were fighting against communism, the totalitarianism of communism. The war against fascism is taking place in the battlefield of the young generations. They must not be the victims of indifference, of equidistance, and of ignorance above all, which is the most terrible problem we have in the young generations, but also in this society. We believe that anti-fascism, anti-Francoism, and the fight against the impunity of the Franco regime are absolutely united if we want to fight against the political and electoral rise of the far-right Vox, but also the Popular Party. We need to continue fighting, and we are going to continue fighting against the impunity of Francoism. Well, unfortunately, and as we said yesterday in the discussion, this is something that has not been solved by the new law on democratic memory. This has not been solved by it. The Spanish model of impunity, which is a bad example in the world, we are an example in something that is terrible, impunity. We can compare ourselves. We cannot compare ourselves with many other countries in Latin America, Africa, Asia, many countries that were called the countries of the third world, where we've seen trials and proceedings with actual sentences, and that has not been the case here. Here we had the dictatorship and then the transition, and this narrative was maintained because we were afraid. But 44 years after, we are still afraid. We are afraid of those factic powers, as we used to call them. This doesn't allow us to actually interpret what Francoism and the dictatorship actually were. So how long will we still be afraid? La Comuna wants to support this initiative for the European Network Against Fascism. Thank you, Luis. Thank you very much, Luis. Our colleague Manuel Ribiz is here with us on the table. He belongs to the Andalusian Association of the Victims of the Transition. You can take the floor.
Bueno, tengo que decir que también pertenezco a la...
I must also say that I am also a member of La Comuna. We're all fighting for the same goals. I'd like to share with you some of the effects, consequences of fascism, some of the things that happen in a fascist state. Javier Verdejo, Almazán, Luna Antuno, Luis, Enrique Valdemira, Luis Javier Benavidez, Javier Sauquillo, Serafín Holgado, Ángel Rodríguez, Francisco Egea, Manuel García Caparrós, Gustav Muñoz, José Luis Montañez, Vicente Cuervo, Luis Cobos, Luis Montero, Juan Mañas.
Estas son una gente que yo conozco.
These people are people I know personally, but I'm sure that there are many other people like them. The state has not done anything to find them. In the last few years, a lot is being done in the field of memory. We've advanced a lot in recent years. There's now money for exhumation, Cape de Llano is going to be taken away. Franco has been taken away, and we have some memory sites, but we're not talking about the transition, and we should stop feeling afraid to talk about the transition. Luis referred to impunity, and in any case, all these cases that I mentioned, well, there have not been trials for that, only in the case of the lawyers of Atocha. But for the other people, no proceedings, no trials, nothing has been done so that the killers stop being protected. At the time, well, the police were the terrorists.
Hay muchas víctimas de estas.
There are many of these victims like this, and here in Andalusia, Manuel José García Caparrós, for example, there are some other victims that have been recognized by the population, but they have not been recognized by the institutions. There is a deficit with a doubt. We have a debt with the victims. In the case of Almería, well, here there's a family that has suffered a lot, and they are still suffering a lot, and they haven't been acknowledged by the state, by the institutions. Ángel Viñas and others we refer to, and sometimes books are written, but I have some problems with some of those books because some of us experienced that time, and please, you should write down our stories because we are getting older. And as I said, I am a member of the table, so I won't take any longer.
Muchas gracias, Manuel.
Thank you very much, Manuel. Cristina Simó from the Women's Democratic Movement.
Anda que voy, que no llego.
Good morning, dear comrades. On behalf of the Women's Democratic Movement, I would like to congratulate you for this this European meeting against fascism and the far right. This has been possible because we've been united in what we do. We are all united by this fight against far right. Our organization was created to defend the prisoners, political prisoners, and the idea was to create networks of solidarity and mutual support. These fighter women were known as prisoners' women, prisoners' wives. Josefina Sampez, Dulcinea Bellido, Merche Comabella, among many others. They were communists, and they worked in. They were hiding, and they were also condemned for their resistance to the dictatorship. Francisco Arriero describes this in his book on the democratic movement of women, from the feminist fight to feminism. And we would like to thank him because he has contributed to the recovery of the historical memory of the women's democratic movement. This is the first autonomous movement of women in the history of Spain. These women, who were the founders of the women's democratic movement, had a very relevant role, and they were essential in the fight for the amnesty of political prisoners. These women were essential because without them, prisoners' lives would have been much harder. In the guerrilla, the resistance was possible thanks to the women who were guerrilla warriors, but from in the valleys, where they were providing and supplying with clothes, food and drugs for those who were hiding in the mountains to fight the regime. Feminism is always solidarity, and that is social justice, the movement for peace, and the movement against fascism too, because fascism is the opposite of justice and human rights. Since 2019, some of our colleagues, comrades, has participated in the March of La Desbandá, like Ana Mata, who's our vice president. And this year, she won't be able to walk the march. But I'd like to thank her for her work supporting La Desbandá, paying a tribute to all the women that had to flee. La Desbandá is a historical event that is denied, where thousands of people, women, the elderly, children, and men had to flee from the troops that had been encouraged to rape women by Queipo de Llano. The fascist forces were bombing from the sea and from the land, and these women had to continue running away, not being able to take care of their dead family members in the ditches. And we are very thankful to the Socio-Cultural Association of La Desbandá, because they have brought this event to the spotlight so that it will be investigated. We want to support the cause of these thousands of people who fought in the Spanish War, also later in the World War, who died in the battlefield and in concentration camps, who fought and continue fighting against fascism, and who have the right to rest with justice and in peace. Women were a great number of those running away on the road on this death road. They are symbolized by Matilde Landa, this Antina Modotti. They participated in the International Red Aid, within the International Red Aid, to help and support those refugees. This is particularly important now, where we see the re-emergence of anti-fascist movements with their discourse that is defending racism. The Women's Democratic Movement wants to work so that the feminist movement will continue fighting to resist the advancement of the far right and fascism. We've seen that in Italy, the far right alliance is now in the government, and they are already talking about abolishing the right to abortion. And we've seen that in Hungary and Poland, and we will see that soon in Sweden too. In Europe, when fascism advances, our rights and achievements are threatened. We need to be vigilant. In Spain, this is a real threat that can threaten our achievements and rights. We need to join our forces in a common European movement to change our society so that the interests of the fascists are not imposed, because those are the same as the interests that will generate war and death. I'm really sorry, Christina, but you need to finish now. Here we are, the feminists. They shall not pass.
No pasarán, no pasarán, no pasarán, no pasarán, no pasarán.
Muchísimas gracias, Cristina. Aquí estamos las feministas.
Here we are the feminists. Thank you very much, Cristina. On behalf of the whole Association of La Desbandá, we want to say hi and send greetings to Ana Mata, our dear comrade. She's been ill, but she's better now. She's getting better. She's at home. She's following the whole conference on the social media. So thank you so much. We appreciate you. We really appreciate you, Ana.
Bien, les llega el turno. Carles Vallejo.
Well, Carles Vallejo, Associació Catalana d'Expresos Polítics del Franquisme, the Catalonian Association of Political Prisoners of the Franco regime. Well, I am not Carlos Vallejo. Well, I thought I had gotten the wrong name again. No. I am here on behalf of Carlos Vallejo, our president, and on behalf of the Catalonia Association of Ex-Prisoners of the Franco regime. We are honored to be here. We are here on behalf of all the members of the associations since the end of the 70s. María Salvo, 17 years in prison. Enrique Pubil, 12 years. Miguel Núñez, Tomasa Cuevas, and the list of names is a never-ending list. So, and we are here also on behalf of the people who work at present for the memory. Antonia Juví, who was born and was breastfed in a prison in Alcalá de Henares. We're here on behalf of Teresa Alonso, our comrade, the Russian girl born in the Basque country who fought in Leningrad against the Siberian troops to fight against fascism in Europe. We've paid tribute to the International Brigade Women recently in Barcelona. So we are proud to be here because we are here to keep fighting for the same dreams of our predecessors. And this is the message we want to convey to the new generations. Please allow me to make a personal reference. I never do it, but I think I would never have such a great opportunity to do this personal reference in a great space like this. I want to refer my grandfather Crotato from Almería, who died in a Franco prison because he was defending the Republic. This is my tribute to my father, who affiliated to the anti-fascist militia of Almería when he was only 17. And I have the documents that prove this. And also, of course, a tribute to my mom, who, together with her siblings, had to flee the countryside of Córdoba. And this flight that broke my heart, because I've been thinking so much of my mother and how much she suffered under the bombings on her escape. As you can read in this very simple flyer of our association, 2022, the transmission of memory is an act of resistance. that was written by Ray Bradbury for the movie Fahrenheit 451 that you might remember because you have a certain age. We had to preserve the memory of the books because of the fascism. And on the other side, you have this image of Juan Guinovar, a very committed painter against fascism. That is the one we use in our T-shirts. He designed this image and offered it to us in 2000, at the end of the century of the revolutions, the century of the social achievements. And who would have thought that now in 2022 we will have fascist organizations, nationalists that were getting so much power and that will get as a normal thing is in our societies, something accepted. So yes, in 2022 there is still a new fear all around Europe, the fear of oblivion. We cannot accept this. And on the 4th of November, you have listened to our manifesto before. So the organization of Italian partisans with the memory associations of Catalonia and also with the left European group and green European group, we're going to make an event to remember the March on Rome because of its 100 years anniversary. We have to stop now. The memory, our amazing heritage that is here in this room, it has to be deployed in a very powerful way to stop the hate speech and the fascist speech against the denial. And we have to be very smart when doing this, because this fascism doesn't come with the shotguns. It comes with the flag of freedom, and that's why it is so dangerous, because it comes to steal all our achievements. It has been said, yes, we have the democratic memory law, and it is true, we are arriving late, but we have to take advantage of what we have, and to do so we have to keep struggling, because it cannot stay as wet paper. And to finish, I will make 3 very quick references. First of all, the memory associations here represent an amazing and absolutely necessary heritage. This is an extraordinary heritage. So many testimonies, so many books, and those that are still missing. This is a huge heritage, and that's why they are so afraid of us getting to the schools and the memory speech getting to the schools. And this is the very first vaccine against polarization and against the hate speech. Second reference would be that this critical awareness has to connect with the young population. In order to stop the rise of fascism, we have to also fight against inequalities, and we have to give opportunities to the young people. And on the third place, we have a very connected world, more than ever, and this implies that our longings have to be for a better life for everyone, and especially for the youngest ones who live in a planet that is threatened by the climate crisis as a result of a non-solidary world. So once again, we have to fight for the idea of the common motherland. And we have to be able to properly read the data, the current context with the opportunities and with the weaknesses, and create pertinent solutions to keep on adding forces to the promotion of peace against the violence and the war, and to make the most of the historical memory to do so. Once again, humanity is our main cause. And of course, we want to participate. We're happy and eager to participate in this European anti-fascist network. And comrade Peter, Manuel, you've made us the best gift by inviting us here, and we are here for you, and we invite you to make the next meeting in Barcelona if you want, where we can host the second European meeting, the second anti-fascist European meeting.
El compañero Raúl Valls, de Amical Antic.
So on behalf of Amical Antiguerrilleros de Cataluña, Raúl Valls.
Hola, buenas tardes. Una salutación.
Good morning. I'm addressing you from Catalonia. And I am really grateful to have the opportunity to participate in this meeting, even if it is virtually.
I have been asked to share some thoughts with you, and I'd like to, say that it has been a great pleasure to participate in the drafting of the document that has been used as a meeting point. And this document is very important because the left and anti-fascism, we must never stop studying, and we must never stop trying to understand social phenomena that take place during each historical moment. Well, I've been asked to be brief, so that's what I like to do. But I'd like to highlight some aspects of the document that I think should be taken into account. Taking into account the current historical moment. I believe it's important to understand the emergence of fascism 100 years ago. Although there had been a previous preparation period, let's say the First World War and the October Revolution, because it had an impact throughout the continent and in the world, it became a sort of alarm, a signal for the social groups who wanted to preserve their privileges, and so that they were threatened. And therefore there is an important aspect here that should be taken into account. And that is fascism as a clear effort to canalize the masses in politics to block their democratic aspirations, to stop the revolutionary wave that was deploying throughout Europe, and so maintain the privileges of dominant classes. And I think all this is very important. And this brings us to something that should have never been lost, and that is the analysis, class analysis of ideological and historical events. They are not only ideological, but there's also a character, a nature that is based in the class interests and the defense of privileges and power. So I believe that we need to understand that, well, fascism is an eruption, a reaction to the emergence of the masses, of the people. Also, often we tend to understand fascism, the far right, and the conservative movements and so on, as something that is backwards. And first of all, for two reasons. It implies a moral superiority that we should not have, but also that because they were also modern in a sense. They defended their values, but at the same time it was a modern and even revolutionary movement at the time. And I believe that we should be aware of this right now, where we see that one of the signals today is that some of the young sectors of the society with neo-fascism, fascism that is represented by Vox, for example, in Spain, Meloni in Italy, Le Pen in France, just to mention some very close examples, we've seen that all these may become an element for the young rebels. And this should be a source of concern to us, and it should make us rethink how we present ourselves in society and what our disruptive values are, because sometimes we are condescending with the established order, and we need to respond to the social problems of society, and we need to respond with political alternatives that should be strong and should have the capacity to attract young and people and workers, because that's our goal too. Another element that we need to take into account, and I'd like to highlight, is that the new fascism is no longer linked to the reaction against the workers' revolutions and the empowerment of the working classes. In 1917, 18, 19, and then the beginning of the 20s. The current situation is different. There is a diffuse but real enemy for fascism, and that is the impoverished masses and hunger people in a planet with the exhaustion of and lack of materials that are generating crisis, and where we see that growth is questioned, and where the capital is facing more difficulties, and neo-fascism is reactivating the flag of nationalisms in order to generate debates about migration. It's not so much racism anymore, it's more the fear to immigration. So the ecological crisis, the energy crisis, the economic crisis, all this should make us be alert, because in order to get out of the crisis, we need to make sure that it will be a democratic way out, including all inhabitants of the planet, to make sure that it is based on equality and that it is fair. Neo-fascism will try to have a selfish and nationalist way out of the crisis, excluding groups of people in a totalitarian way. And I think that is precisely the topic on which we should focus, so that we can understand what is happening in the world. And today, more than ever, we need to work, inspire ourselves from the sources of the internationalism and we need to make sure that we don't limit ourselves to the national perspective. We need to work in cooperation with other countries, and internationalism should be one of our main symbols. I would like to invite you to read the document, and I would also like you to make the most of it. We come from far, we've worked a lot, and we are facing challenges that mankind had never faced before. The energy crisis, the climate change, global warming. These dangers that humankind has never faced up to now. So here in Catalonia, we were thinking about the international brigadists, particularly the women who came to fight for the Republic. And those values of the international brigades, we believe they are still valid today. It's important to keep them. And I believe we have a past and sufficient baggage that should allow us to feel optimistic. But at the same time, we need to continue with the debates, and we also must continue organizing ourselves and becoming stronger and stronger. They shall not pass, and long live the Republic.
Un tema técnico que no hemos equivocado y hay gente yendo.
A technical thing that we forgot to mention, well, in fact, the coffee area will not be open until 11:30 or so. Thank you, Peter. Okay, thank you, Raúl. We are optimistic. We are working on the basis of the document that we will refer to later. And now I'll give the floor to Carmen Negri, our very dear comrade from the Interpretation and Research Center for the Memory of Spain. So the Center on the Memory of the Republic in Spain.
Bueno, buenos días. Soy el centro del
Thank you very much. This is the CIMER, and also, well, that's the center, but I must also say that I represent the foundation Juan Negrín. I want to talk about one of my concerns, which is education. Can you hear me? I'm sorry, but I cannot speak up.
Estamos hablando de luchar contra el fascismo.
We're talking about fighting against fascism. In these two organizations, we do so in two very different ways.
El punto común de las dos es...
We have a common aspect, and that is that we recover memory in both organizations, but we do that to use it, not only to fill in the pages of books. And then, yes, later on we can read the books we filled up with those pages. But in the case of the CIMER, the Interpretation and Research Center, I'm going to simplify this, but let's say that we have a very practical approach because we include the story of the guerrillas, the resistance. So we recover the names of those who were in the camps in France, to know who they were in the concentration camps, not the intern camps as they call them now. And this implies an everyday work with the town councils, so that they all acknowledge that there was a Spanish participation in the liberation of France, and that it was Spanish Republicans who went there. And this is a political struggle and a research struggle. In the case of the Juan Negrín Foundation, we are dealing with this topic differently. We want to disseminate a figure who had been deleted from the Spanish memory. According to the Franco regime's version, he was a doctor, not very good, a stupid politician. He didn't know anything about economics because he worked in the finances department. And well, we started in the easiest way. We started explaining his scientific sides, or his scientific facet. It was not linked to politics, therefore, there. So people started to understand that he was a teacher of teachers. He trained the only Nobel Prize, Severo Ochoa, who appears as an American citizen, not as a Spanish citizen, unfortunately, and so on. And so he left prints in people my age and younger, even younger, who studied neurology in the US, still find references to the studies and research that he had carried out in Germany when he was young during the First World War. And this has been an approach, yes, an approach we could say, that was more peaceful, let's say, more neutral. And the first outcome was that in Las Palmas, which was his birth city, well, a new hospital was built, and the name of this hospital was Juan Negrín. And there was a lot of conflict, because how can you use that, name this hospital after a man who had blood in his hands and a knife he held in his mouth? But that was done. Well, okay, we've just used the name of the best doctor, the best physician of the Canary Islands, and they accepted that. And now some people go, and now some patients go to the hospital and say, I'd like Dr. Negrín to take care of me. So this really shows that there's still a lot to do. I'd like to mention some of the details of things that have happened in the different stages we've been through in the foundation in this process of disseminating the figure of Juan Negrín. I tried to recover the House of the Family. We're still fighting for that. We started in 1978, and I don't know, perhaps with the new law things may change, but I truly doubt it. I didn't want to recover it to have a holiday house, but to turn it into the, the headquarters of the foundation. Opposite the house is where it was the headquarters of the military. That was where Franco was. So for me, this was a great symbol, the resistance. So we're not there. The foundation is now in a place of torture. The quarters where people were held and detained, and that's where the foundation is right now. The opening of the foundation was not by the president of the Islands Council, who was an historian and a Republican and so on. It was a different person, the next president of the Islands Council, and that was a member of the Popular Party, which is already a great step. And I'd like to say that another extraordinary step is that person abandoned the political party later on. Okay, yes, I'll try to conclude. I'd like to say that very recently, during the spring, I've sent several books, about 10,000 books that belonged to my grandfather, and that's only half of his library. We still have another 10,000. Among those books, they were books that had been seized from the German consulate in Barcelona, and also from trade unionists in Catalonia too. And these books date from the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, up to 1930s, and they belonged to different people, and there were the names of the owners of the books on the books themselves. And we've researched that. These were people who had settled in Barcelona, generations of German people. And later on we found that they were Nazi bosses, Nazi militants. And these books were propaganda books addressed to children from 2 to 8 years old, also all ages, signed by people and dedicated to their comrades. And this was Nazi propaganda in a very subtle way, the glorification of Germany. The archaeological discoveries in Africa, the travels in Asia, the beauty of nature in Germany. So this was a very slow penetration, and the German industry, the aeronautics capacity, and everything seemed very innocent. And there were also some books. Well, there was, I don't know if it's the Universal Exhibition in the 30s. In Barcelona, there was a book exhibition there. And they said, well, we will just leave them here. I'm really sorry, Carmen. You really need to come to an end now, because we don't have time. Well, I'm talking about this because just to say that when there are fascist movements like this, my grandfather, before the end of the First World War, he saw this was happening. I just want to say that these are very slow movements that go little by little and penetrate in a very innocent way, apparently. And I just want to highlight that education is absolutely the key, because you need to be able to recognize, recognize who your enemy is. You need to understand how they are penetrating. In the US, we've had a terrible person, Trump, and he arrived with Putin. It's Putin who helped him reach the government. So we really need to be very aware of what's going on. Maite, I respect her so much. She fights for peace, and also I do. It's also the same is for me. We need to disarm Ukraine, but also the aggressors.
Estoy hablando de...
And I'm talking about now, right now, and Russia. And I was going to say Germany, but Russia is the aggressor now. And we will have a discussion later on. Yes, but this is normal because we are left-wing and we talk about problems and difficulties, and we need to deal with them. And this is why I say that education is so important. We need to get information about what's going on. We need to compare and discuss. And this is so important. If we want to progress, we need to do so united. Thank you very much, Carmen. Thank you so much. And now, if we have time, perhaps we can go and we could have some debates later on. Well, this Congress and this meeting, I know we could have been together for a whole week. So there's another person that will still have to take the floor. If we still have time, we will have a Q&A session at the end.
Dar un dato.
Perdón, hay una palabra todavía.
Anastasia, just 8 minutes. I have a problem here. I don't know how to pronounce the name of the person who's coming to take the floor now. This is a Polish name. Perhaps the Catalonians know how to pronounce this. Because, as you know, in Spain we say Catalonia is Poland.
Compañero, ven aquí. Tu nombre.
Sí, di tu nombre cuando estés ahí.
Para escuchar la traducción a español, me gustaría presentar la actividad de nuestra asociación. Somos los voluntarios de la libertad y queremos restaurar la memoria de los pueblos, las organizaciones y los movimientos excluidos de la narrativa dominante en Polonia. La brigada de Dąbrowskaw, la compañía Dąbrowskaw, creo que la llamáis en español, eran antifascistas de Polonia que se presentaron como voluntarios para luchar en la guerra de España, lucharon contra el fascismo. Empezamos en 2015, cuando lanzamos la iniciativa en Varsovia para impedir el cambio del nombre de la calle que formaba parte de del proceso de eliminar el comunismo de nuestras ciudades. El Parlamento polaco adoptó una ley que prohibió la promoción del denominado comunismo, otro sistema totalitario, cambiando los nombres de los edificios, las calles. Era la ley del fin del comunismo y Según las autoridades, habría un plazo de 12 meses para cambiar los nombres de edificios y calles que simbolizaran el comunismo. Después de este tiempo, los presidentes de los gobiernos regionales podían cambiar los nombres de las calles si las autoridades locales no lo hacían directamente. O si los cambios se consideraban insuficientes. Tenemos una institución en Polonia con el objetivo de luchar contra el comunismo. Es el Instituto del Recuerdo Nacional y se constituyó para luchar contra el comunismo en el discurso y especialmente en el discurso de la memoria histórica en Polonia. Durante ese periodo de 12 meses, los gobiernos autónomos tuvieron distintas conductas. Algunas cambiaban los nombres si estaban relacionados con el partido que había apoyado esta idea. Otros intentaban hacer algo diferente. Por ejemplo, si el nombre era de la calle era el 22 de julio, la fecha de la presentación de la Polonia comunista en el 44, intentaban encontrar una fecha que no fuera comunista, pero que siguiera siendo la misma fecha, pero porque fue la fecha en la que Napoleón dio una conmemoración en una constitución. Entonces, otra fecha de conmemoración que fuera distinta, pero la misma a la vez. En otras ciudades se defendieron los nombres, algunos porque pensaban que iba a haber muchos costes administrativos para cambiar los nombres y pensaban que era mejor dejar los nombres tal como estaban. En otros casos, había quien quería mantener los nombres de aquellos que defendieron la libertad de Polonia y de España, en nuestro caso. Los casos fueron examinados por el Tribunal Administrativo, que dijo que no se debían quitar los nombres de aquellos que lucharon contra el fascismo en Europa y en España. En el instituto se les denomina los estalinistas que luchaban para imponer el estalinismo en España. Podéis, por tanto, haceros una idea de qué tipo de institución se trata. Durante esta campaña llevamos a cabo muchas acciones con distintos debates, películas, recogimos firmas, cartas abiertas, reuniones y sesiones en el Consejo de Varsovia. También establecido contactos con otras organizaciones relacionadas con las brigadas internacionales en el extranjero. Gracias a todo esto pudimos traer esto de nuevo al debate público. En 2017 conseguimos expandir nuestras actividades y ahora trabajamos en la implementación de nuevos proyectos como la publicación de libros, la preparación de los diarios de los voluntarios polacos. Y también hemos participado en proyectos de investigación internacionales. La memoria de estos voluntarios es para nosotros importante porque esos valores deben hacer frente a la emergencia del fascismo y la extrema derecha en Europa. La historia de estos voluntarios y estos luchadores merece ser protegida. Somos la única organización que está luchando contra esto. Somos una organización de estudiantes, jóvenes y sindicalistas de base. La edad media de nuestros miembros es de unos 30 años. Tenemos autofinanciación de manera exclusiva y tenemos que luchar contra instituciones estatales que disponen de millones de euros. El Instituto del Recuerdo Nacional dispone de unos 60 o 80 millones anuales. Los grupos pro independencia de nuestra historia están siendo eliminados en Rusia y en Alemania. Y hay una cuestión de identidad también. Es muy importante entre los jóvenes, entre los hombres y no las mujeres. La lucha por la libertad fue iniciada por los socialistas, no por los colaboracionistas de la extrema derecha. Fue en contra de la presión de rusos y alemanes que querían eliminar nuestra lengua. Pero estas personas como Ludwig Barenschit, que era...
Lo único que quería decir es que todas las personas que financiaron el movimiento independentista fueron víctimas de este proceso de descomunización. También se vieron afectados los movimientos feministas, movimientos sindicales y todos los movimientos antifascistas. Muchísimas gracias por haberme invitado. Espero que sigamos encontrándonos en la lucha para eliminar el fascismo de Europa. Gracias.
Sí, os doy paso para el comunicado. Bien, es un honor para los que no hemos podido...
Yes, it's a great pleasure. Well, Carmen, you could have translated it for us. But anyway, it's going to be recorded and you're going to have access. The intervention is being translated, simultaneously translated. Some of you have followed the translation, and for the others, we could see it on our website. Now we're going to read, as Raúl said in his message, we have already done a great job. We have put in place this network of 13 associations, and we do have a document to read.
Bueno, desgraciadamente no tenemos tiempo para un debate de la Asamblea.
Well, unfortunately, we do not have the time to make a discussion of the Assembly, but I'm going to share with you a document that has been agreed among a great part of the participants to this meeting. And that will be the final agreement of the anti-fascist meeting. It is entitled, Let's Build a Network of the European Anti-Fascist Movement. 100 years after the Black March on Rome, the resurgence of fascism and the extreme right in almost all European countries, the control of Hungary and Poland, the extremely dangerous infiltration of state powers and the economy in other countries such as Spain and Ukraine, the lack of effective measures taken by European states to stop and reverse this wave place us, the peoples of Europe, the democratic citizens, in the same solitude that we suffered from 1922 to 1939 in the anti-fascist struggle. Faced with this situation, we must once again face up to our historical responsibility, as the people of Spain did in those fateful years with the support of the greatest international solidarity movement of the 20th century, the International Brigades and the International Red Aid. It is for this reason that the undersigned organizations and individuals, participants in the European meeting against fascism and the far right, commit ourselves to constitute a European anti-fascist social network that promotes and articulates real convergences of a European anti-fascist social movement. The Greek experience shows, in the face of complicit indifference, that forceful social and institutional action is capable of stemming this tide. And that is what we are facing. We constitute a promoter commission in charge of the organization and convening of the 20th European meeting against fascism and the far right in 2023, where we will achieve a presence and exchange of experiences from all European countries and peoples and formally establish the European Anti-Fascist Social Network. This initial promotion or organizing committee may be expanded to include 1 or 2 entities per country or people. The initial idea is the social preeminence of the network, with people, parties, and truly democratic institutions being able to participate as collaborators. The aim is to go beyond the memorialist and centrally anti-fascist participation and to articulate all kinds of social collectives. No social space can be indifferent to fascism. Either one is anti-fascist or one is a necessary accomplice to it. This is the value and the culture with which we want to impregnate the whole European social movement. We take part in the European Forum of Left, Green and Progressist Forces as the anti-fascist side. This forum, on its 6th meeting in Athens, has been here represented by Maite Mola. Maite Mola. Yes, and this is our final agreement.
Vale, ahora en un momento pasaremos a un pequeño debate, pero yo creo...
Okay, we'll open a small discussion later on, but I would want to make some comments. In this first conference, we've been looking back, looking at the past. But for the anti-fascist meeting, we want to look to the future. As my friend Satu Galante said, we have to look to the future with the eyes of the past. And I want to add also that the fascism is gaining ground in Europe because they do work together. They do organize themselves all together. But I ask myself, what are we doing for that? Of course, the fascism is not the uniform and the boots anymore. They have evolved, and that's what we have to do too.
Perdona, tengo que darle la...
Excuse me, I have to thank my friend because she just made me a great gift. Thank you so much. I have to say, we do not have time. It's very late. We have 1 minute because Anastasia can't leave this conference without having a moment to speak.
Quiero decir, con respecto a...
Concerning what we just said about the European network, I want to say that Albacete is already an anti-fascist town, anti-fascist city. There was a proposal by Christo Vascopoldos, the mayor of a municipality in Greece, where there was a massacre by the Germans, and then Albacete is now part of this network of anti-fascist cities. And just as we have done, any city can do it. The city hall or the local government just have to ask to take part in this network. It's not easy because in Albacete the government is a coalition government with Ciudadanos, and there is of course a representation of the Popular Party and Podemos and the Left Party. We have had many difficulties, but we have reached an agreement to be an anti-fascist city. Well, this is just great. Thank you, Anastasia. Okay, now I invite to join me our colleagues, our comrades from the group of Catalonia, Ángeles and Paco. Thank you for being here.
Mira lo que me acaban de regalar. No diga.
Look at this wonderful present. Well, I just wanted to make a quick comment about what has been said on the creation of the European Anti-Fascist Network, and always looking at the building of an anti-fascist future against neoliberal policies imposed by the European Union. I want to say my name is Francisco David Anguita. I belong to the Platform for the Republic, and I want to tell you that in November we're going to have the 4th Andalusian meeting for the Republic in Cordoba. And we always have this goal to not stay blocked in the past and to look at the future. So for this meeting, we're going to broach the situation of the Republican movement in Andalusia and also in the state. And then we'll make a manifesto that would be approved, and of course a roadmap for the diverse platforms of Andalusia in order to establish a coordination for the activities for 2023. The call is open now, and you can register yourselves either as an individual participant or as an organization. You can find the link in our website. Thank you so much for giving me this time to share the information with you all. Okay, now we have the Catalonian group of La Desbandá, Ángeles and Paco.
Tan maco, com diem els de Barcelona, que maco, a l'agrupació dels catalans de la Desbandá i sobretot també per part de l'associació. Simplement donar-vos les gràcies, estem molt contents d'estar allà a Catalunya, constituint també una xarxa antifeixista amb tota la col·laboració dels nostres companys catalans, i moltes gràcies per la vostra rebuda.
Y por último, muy breve, en un minuto, un hecho.
And in just 1 minute, of an historical event that is a testimony of the link between Catalonia and Andalusia in the framework of La Desbandá, with so many people getting to Catalonia after this flight. And the Ciutat in Barcelona, in Malgrat de Mar, where a submarine was drowned by another fascist submarine, another fascist sub. And it was a submarine that went to Catalonia to help the people who had escaped from Malaga, and then it was drawn by another submarine. This year we have opened a monument in Coro, and the place is very important because hundreds of brigadiers died. They were in the submarine, and while they drowned, they were singing the International. Well, I want to translate what Peter just said, because Angeles, you have understand with any problem, but sometimes with these people from Malaga, we don't understand them very clearly. So thank you very much on behalf of the Catalonian group. We're trying to put in place, to recreate everything that happened after Almeria. So thank you all, and we wait for you in Catalonia.
Bueno, pues al final parece ser que todo.
Well, it seems that we have all made a great effort to have a little space for discussion. How long do we have, Manuel? Well, how much time? Oh, half an hour. No, excuse me. No. Let's say 15 minutes. All right, so we open the discussion to the audience. Luis, the floor is yours, Luis.
Fernando.
Opa, salud, camarada.
Salud, comrades. Yes, we've talked about the past, very moving, by the way, but now, as I was discussing with my companion yesterday, now we have to see, or we have to define how fascism is arriving to our lives now at present, and that's why I jumped in before. Excuse me, please, Miss Negrin, because I respect you so much, but maybe I am too tired of these topics. And when we say, because she was saying how the Nazi movement arrived to Germany, well, they got to convince people through the working class and defending the progress and that kind of things. And we also see that in the movies, in the Hollywood movies. So little by little, these messages are conveyed. And now when we see the civil guard and all the abuses, they say we are, and then we accuse them of abuses, then they say we are terrorists. And this is a way of stopping us. And for so many years, we have seen the expansion of NATO. NATO has gone, has kept on working and expanding after the fall of the Soviet Union. And none of us defend Putin now, but at the moment, Putin asked for the treaties of Minsk to be respected. And that's what he wanted. And the problem is that Russia is not Afghanistan. We saw the experience of Afghanistan yesterday. And Russia is not Palestine, another destroyed state by Israel. No, but Russia has said it's over, stop. And just to finish very fast, we have had to see the Ukrainian politicians saying that the children in Ukraine will have education and the children in Donbass, they won't have education, and we will have healthcare, and at Donbass they won't have healthcare, and that is Capo de Llano, and we have to remember that. And a fact that maybe you know, the Spanish state sent 30 civil guards to Ukraine to try to find the crimes against humanity they had made, and we have no news about it. Maybe I can think that knowing a little bit the civil guard, maybe what they're doing there is train people, train soldiers, train Nazis, or train mercenaries, mercenary armies. And that's how Borrell would say, the garden, we are the garden. But there are a lot of fences, as Maria Teresa said. So this garden is full of fences. So salud and República, and stop the fascism. Thank you, Luis. Yes, I have to take the chance because you talked about NATO. for the people who doesn't know, but we are all quite old, and maybe Antonio knows a little bit on the topic of Gladio operation. The Gladio operation was aimed at finishing ending up the communism in Europe. And when we talk about NATO, I have to react because my brother was involved in that operation.
Hola, mira, yo soy profesor.
Hello, I am teacher, social educator. I worked in an internment center for minors. And sometimes when we refer to this topic, for many years I have seen this, and sometimes there is an association of the left with societies that get poor. This is an economic fear, and this is the way they manipulate, because they say that the communists are come here and they will bring poorness to the economy, and we have to convey to the population, and we have to show that the left policies do not imply a worsening of the economy. So we have to try to eliminate this association between left wing and poorness. And poverty, and people want to live in good conditions.
¿Me escucha? Sí. Yo lo que quiero decir, yo veo aquí un montón.
Well, what I want to say is that, of course, it is great and amazing to see so many associations against fascism, but I like to refer to a reality that is in place in Spain now, and we have a huge problem. Of course, this is my point of view, and it is the fragmentation of the left-wing parties. We have many small parties. We are all left-wing parties, but we are always fighting for a point and a comma on the texts. So this is very easy. We have the left and the right. The right, they fight as well, but they fight in the inside, and nobody sees it on the outside. And when they go to the streets, they go all together. But we, on the contrary, we fight everywhere, outside, inside, at home, in the streets. But we are all left-wing. So what can we do to stop the advancement of the right wing? Well, we have to stop fighting so that the right parties, the right-wing parties, they won't be able to accuse us. Because if we were all together, I think we can all agree that if we were at least 90% of us with the same ideas, that's what I think. Maybe we have 10% or 11 or 8% of differences in terms of ideas, and because of that we are fighting all the time, and we forget the huge amount of things upon which we agree, which is 90%, and all those shared efforts, all that 90%, if we get together, we could even start to reduce the 10% and turn it into 8% maybe. So we have to stop with the bullshit in the left wing. We have to get together to fight against the far wing and the fascism.
Yo voy a aprovechar un momentito.
Well, I like to continue with what my comrade said. My name is Elena Romero. I come from Cádiz, and I'm a teacher at the university at the Education Sciences faculty. Everything that has been shared here is crucial, of course. All we have to know about the past, but I've been participating at the education table as well, with a lot of discussion, a lot of debate and participation. And I think we all agree that what we're doing needs a lot of education. Education will be the main element. Maybe we're going to have different interpretations of certain historical events or episodes, and we have to be ready. We have to be ready to face this as a common challenge. It is a common challenge, and as a professional of the education field, I am worried because everything that doesn't go through the educational channels can be dangerous, right? So the current democratic memory law is an amazing tool to use. And a little comment. I've been working on the design of the university diplomas, the new university diplomas, working in the curricular content, and we have representatives from the church who still fight for the respect of the agreement with the Vatican. And that is something that is in place in all the faculties. We shouldn't forget that. This is something that would never be removed. So we have a great challenge in front of us. Thank you.
Sí. No, solo una palabra más que
Just one more intervention, and our comrade promised this is going to be a very short intervention.
Compañera, habla por el micro, si no.
Please, you need to use the microphone, otherwise the colleagues doing the interpreting may not interpret what you're going to say. I have a proposal, a sub-network. Within this network, we could have a sub-network of teachers, of people who work in education, so that we can share ideas on how to teach democratic memory, how to deal with this topic. I don't know, I just thought about this because I also participated in that education table yesterday. And there were many doubts also.
Bien, yo me voy a permitir.
I'm going to intervene, but just have a minute, because I am also a teacher, and I completely agree with what you're saying, but I'd like to say that I'm going to try and be optimistic, but sometimes it's hard. When the military coup, during the post-Francoism, the teachers were the first group that were depured, executed, thrown to the ditches. And today, there's no such risk. If we don't receive training, we will continue conveying what we are conveying. And yes, we do the anniversary of the Constitution and so on. But many things that we celebrate are fascist things.
Bueno, y ahora solamente, ya para terminar.
And now to conclude, I'll give the floor to our comrade Antonio, who is going to tell us, we're talking about teaching, and he's going to tell us a story, a Republican story, about talking and being brief. An anecdote. There was a journalist in an interview with a great poet, and he told the poet, we have done much time, and he said, I'm going to read a long poem, and he said, well, I'm going to be brief. It should be brief. Well, I'll be brief and tell you a story, a Republican story. There's this legend where it was said that there was an assembly of trees and bushes and herbs in the Mediterranean, and there were some delegations from other basins and other civilizations, other cultures. The idea was to select a king, vote for a king. And there was a committee in charge of presenting a proposal. So there was an assembly with a lot of participation, with all the bushes, the trees, all the vegetation coming from different places. And there were 3 different proposals that were going to be voted. First of all, they proposed the olive tree because of its merits, its productivity, because it's in the culture always present, because Athens was founded with the plantation of an olive tree. And the olive tree said, I give olives and olive oil. I can offer also wood for a fire. I'm a very hard worker. I am not a religious tree. I accept your proposal, but I don't want to accept this because I am a Republican. And that day, the olive tree declared itself as a Republican, and there were people, well, the trees were all disappointed. The fruit trees were particularly disappointed. So there was a second proposal, and it was for the fig tree. And the fig tree thanked the proposal, but said, I have twice a year fruits to offer. I am a very hard worker, and I've been told that the people in monarchy don't ever work. I am a Republican tree. So also, again, the fruit trees were really sad. The best candidates were being lost. And then the third proposal came. It was, in fact, the vine. And the vine said, well, thank you very much, but I produce wine and cognac, and people enjoy so much the parties with my wines and so on. I'm an anarchist. I cannot be king, no queen. So the trees and the bushes were all really disappointed. And then suddenly the bramble or the blackberry bush said, I want to be queen. And then they said, but why should you be queen? What do you do? You're not useful. And she said, well, I'm not useful, but the king is never useful.
Muy bonita, gracias Antonio de terminar este.
Thank you, Antonio. This has been a wonderful, very beautiful way of putting an end to this meeting. I'm really sorry because Fernando, and I know Fernando wanted to take the floor, but I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. We have to come to an end now because we have time problems all the time here. From now on, we're going to start working on the basis of this document. We're going to continue working through our contacts through the network, and we are going to work for an anti-fascist movement, and we will always meet on our way, dear comrades.
Contra el fascismo no pasarán.
Against fascism, they shall not pass.
Este boli es tuyo.
Y el de Lola también, que además es de la comuna. ¿Quieres que te lo regalo?
Voy para que me vean. ¿Qué me dice?
Tengo puesto Lola Sierra, moderación, clausura del encuentro, del Congreso. ¿Quién participa?
Pues yo no lo de eso pago. ¿Cómo que quién participa?
¿Has visto el programa?
El empresariado del resto del fracción.
Yo desde que estoy aquí no he visto nada.
La que coordina el encuentro. Entonces, yo le encuentro a la clausura. Quería saber quién participa para ver si puede alguien movilizar el número de
Esto se saca adelante.
¿Se puede preparar un poquito?
Sí, claro que sí.
¿Cuánta gente va a ver en la mesa? ¿Cómo va a ver?
Claro, pero es que no lo sé.
¡República otra vez!
del grupo de antifascistas. ¿Tú tienes ya que más o menos elaborado lo de las conclusiones vuestras?
¿Cuándo leemos?
La del encuentro nacional.
Ya cuando vamos a sacar el próximo libro de la cohesión, os daré información para que lo metáis también.
Eso es que necesitamos ir metiendo.
Pero el
vuestro sí estaba ya metido.
Sí, pero lo hemos reelaborado y lo hemos revisado y lo hemos ampliado.
Entonces todo lo que vayáis sacando nuevo, mandarlo a
sí,
que ya lo pueden.
Ahora lo presentaremos en noviembre, avisaremos incluso por si queréis ir por allí o queréis ir por allí alguno. Bueno, yo no tengo cacharro de ese, pero bueno, me siento aquí mismo, ¿no?
No, pasamos tú, ahí te sientas tú y ella se sienta.
Aparece una película muy interesante que nos ha recomendado para
ya estuvimos por
Ángel, no había hecho ninguna foto, digo para la publicidad, porque a mí me interesa, de la mesa de la ley, de la ley de la ley.
Además de que se ha grabado todo, lo que pasa que no se puede el mangui, se podría pasar.
Porque para trabajar que me lo han pedido ya varios de Córdoba, ¿sabes?
Vale.
No, a mí no me han puesto cacharro de eso.
Sí, toma, te he traído yo.
Ah, gracias. Es que ya he visto que te han metido 2 o 3 coordinaciones seguidas, ¿no? Ayer y hoy, ¿no? Sí, bueno, pero sí. Son la primera vez nada más, ya la quinta.
Lo estoy haciendo de manera, ¿cómo es?
Intuitiva.
Muy, sí, eso. Un poco de
No, pero estás haciendo bien, que es lo importante.
Un poco cutre.
Allá.
Bien, empezamos, ¿no?
¿No quieres?
¿Me has dicho que diga Pita esto de electriciones? Esto de electriciones, ¿me ha dicho Pita que lo haga aquí, que lo diga aquí? Bueno, algo de modo.
He encontrado el vídeo, ¿cuándo lo disponen?
Pues yo creo que cuando ya, digamos, hemos terminado y está la gente aplaudiendo, pues que aparezca de forma ahí explosiva, para que la gente... ¿no?
Pues bien, un poquillo cansado esta mañana porque llevo 3 coordinaciones de estas, pero interesante, muy bien. está muy bien, sí, mucho debate y poco tiempo, que yo creo que es una de las cuestiones que habría que plantearos para cuando hagáis el siguiente, dilatar un poco más, pero bueno, bien. Ya. Estresante y además se le quita posibilidades a muchas comunicaciones y ponencias, porque al decirlo tan deprisa no se explota después el éxito, digamos, ¿no? De que la gente pueda... Yo hoy me he pasado ya el tiempo, de que me da igual, y entonces hemos estado mucho más rato del previsto y la gente ha podido...
Que sí.
Claro, por eso digo que... Oye, Paco Pepe, ¿hay alguna foto que me interesaría mucho para difundirla, porque me están pidiendo, de la mesa de ayer de las leyes de memoria? Es que no... Sí,
Compañeros,
que yo
compañeras,
pueda pasar
queremos iniciar el acto final de clausura del primer Congreso Internacional.
So we're going to proceed to the official closure of the first International Congress of La Desbandá, a century of anti-fascist struggles, popular anti-fascist struggles. So please take your seats. We're going to resume.
Falta aquí la presencia de Manuel Ruiz.
Where is Manuel Ruiz? He should be with us.
No sabía que tenía que... No sé, sí. Bueno, todo llega a su fin y aquí damos por concluido...
So we're coming to the end, and this is the closure of the first International Congress of La Desbandá in 2022. We might be considering a second edition. We consider this has been a great success, particularly because of your participation and presence here. And we think it's been great to establish this communication channel, to have been able to bring to the table, to the discussion, so many topics of concern that make us understand and confirm that the work is not over. So here, this is the final table. Luis Naranjo, as the president of the scientific committee, is with us with the conclusions and the assessment carried out by the working group. Can you hear me?
Este breve documento que voy a leer...
So I'm going to read this document with the contributions by the working group on the assessment and the proposals for the future of the Congress, and also some contributions that have been sent to us online from people who couldn't be present in the working group, but that are also very important. At a moment as this, with the re-emergence of anti-democratic forces, the Association La Desbandá believes it very important to highlight what La Desbandá was as a prologue of what Nazism would do briefly after that. So after the meeting in Vícar, Almeria in November 2020, we submitted this idea of the first International Congress of La Desbandá, a century of popular anti-fascist struggles. With the following idea, we acknowledge that over 80 years after the La Desbandá, little is known about the war crimes committed against the civil population on the road to Almeria. This is why we demand actions will be taken to achieve justice and reparation to the victims. After the pandemic, we are holding this Congress on the 20th, 29th and 30th of October 2020, this International Congress. The Sociocultural Association La Desbandá created an organizing committee that was in charge of organizing all the media, communication, and material infrastructure that was necessary to host the participants and speakers. It was also in charge of communicating and disseminating the organization of the Congress at the Andalusian, national, and in European level. The scientific committee was composed of women and men that had both the scientific skills and also a great commitment with historical and democratic memory. They have been in charge of organizing the scientific content. So the selection of topics to be presented and discussed during the roundtables and panels, as well as presentations of the Congress. They were also the ones who prepared a list of participants and the speakers. The Congress wanted to have a scientific content and also have a dissemination role. So the presentations, communications, and roundtables should help to advance, to have a better knowledge of the historical event of the greatest flight of civil population in Malaga until the massive exodus at the end of the war in 1939. Also, we want the Congress to promote socialization and also dissemination of the truthful memory of what this crime against humanity was, as a precedent of what would later on happen in the Nazi period. This has been a form of resistance against the denial and revisionist efforts that are part of the cultural fight that the right and the far right are launching in Spain and Europe. That's the way this Congress should be interpreted, as a collective act of resistance. The anti-fascist, transnational, social and gender dimension, as well as the link to the present, offer a cross-cutting approach to all the communication spaces of the Congress. And, well, this was expressed by the goals of the Congress, which are the following: to disseminate the war crimes and the crimes against humanity that were carried out against the civil population by the Franco forces and their foreign allies. And this means that La Desbandá was a great symbol of anti-Francoism in Spain. Also, to be able to prepare documents for teaching on the basis of the scientific knowledge of La Desbandá. We also want to highlight the role of women in the flight, in the protection of victims, and the placement of refugees, the support given during the context of this flight from Malaga to Almería. This has been very well reflected during the Congress. We also want to reinforce the transnational and European dimension. And finally, create the relations between the historical dynamics in the 20th century and the armed conflicts today. These goals have been embodied during two opening presentations by Mirta Núñez and by Paul Perston, who defined the historiographic context of the whole of the Congress. Other researchers like Encarnación Barranquero and Olga Rodríguez, as well as Andrés Fernández, offered complementary information about La Desbandá as a relevant and complex historical fact. Several roundtables have incorporated several experts in the memory movement and from the associations of victims as well as political representatives in order to discuss the legal framework on memory in Andalusia and Spain. This has been also the opportunity to add the social, gender, educational, legal, transnational, and human rights perspectives. All this was essential for the Congress to achieve the purposes that were defined for it. So we now, at the end of this agenda, on the 30th of June, and we will have an assembly session where the participants, the associations, memory associations from the European scene have contributed to ideas about how to fight against fascism in the future in Europe. Some of the needs that have been identified: the need to organize similar events in the future so that we can perpetuate the spirit of this Congress in order to share the knowledge and analysis from the European perspective. So we have discussed the meeting of schools or people involved in education so that they can prepare and share materials in relation to the memory and how to work on it in schools. Secondly, we want to promote the connection of the big memory centers in Europe that have been building a memory of violence and fascist militarism in order to guarantee the non-recurrence. Non-recurrence is such an important concept. And in this sense, we want to highlight networking with countries such as Portugal, France, Germany and Italy, among others. Thirdly, we want to launch the connection of trails, memory trails of transnational character, and we are going to demand that the European Union will support this network of trails of the anti-fascist memory. Also, we want to disseminate and give information about to inform about the occupation of Malaga by the rebel troops and also the flight of the civil population, and how this should become a symbol of the brutality of anti-fascists and also a symbol of the atrocities that were carried out by Nazism later on. We want to, this is also a demand. We want to highlight education, and we should dedicate more time in the different events, presentations, roundtables and so on in the future events and congresses that might be organized. As a global assessment of this first Congress, we can say that the goals that were defined have been achieved with a great success. We have a great number of participants and with the representation of a majority of the memory movement of Andalusia and also members of the memory movements of other regions in Spain and also other countries in Europe. A great number of teachers and researchers have participated also, and this is essential in order to reinforce the activities that are necessary in schools in order to incorporate memory there. Also, we must highlight the presence of young people in this Congress, which is absolutely necessary.
No solo de los voluntarios.
And of course, not only the volunteers, 26 volunteers, but also other young people that have joined us and that have been participating very actively in the conclusions. We have received several contributions saying that it has been a success, and this is not easy. Well, the fact that we have discussed the role of women in anti-fascist resistance, but also in the continuity and dissemination of the memory of the crimes carried out by the dictatorship. This has been successfully achieved, and this is a new field of research and dissemination that needs to be developed. The role of women as resistance, members of the resistance, but also as the people who convey that memory. So for the future congresses, we can highlight the international dimension of the Congress, not only opening ourselves up to other European countries, but also in connection to Latin American countries from which there's so much to learn from and who are sometimes considered in a condescending way because they have also suffered institutional violence, dictatorship, and repression. And, well, we also have to need a greater connection with the university, the world of university. So, of course, we need also the university to be open to us, and we can need help in that. Also, the actions with the young people, also in relation to interdisciplinary or academic projects. And also, we need to connect with the professors in the field of social sciences, or perhaps carry out other actions and activities so that we can continue researching La Desbandá and many other similar events and facts in the history of Spain. The assessment has been very positive for the Congress. There have been ideas about, well, also the assessment for the speakers' contributions has been very positive, and therefore the communication content, the content in terms of communications has been very good. There should be more space for horizontal communication in future editions, more time to discuss among ourselves, more time, more for breaks, so that we can discuss in between the different round tables, in the time between round tables in general, more informal communication spaces. And that is all. Thank you very much.
Bien, en el marco de este primer congreso hemos podido.
So for this first edition of the Congress, we've had the opportunity to create new links and also to promote the first anti-fascist meeting. And Antonio is going to share with you the document, the declaration we've made. Sorry, Manuel Ruiz. Thank you very much, Lola. My colleagues have the document in big font, and I think my worst enemy has printed this document for me because I can't see anything. I can't read anything. As you all know, this morning we held a meeting for the creation of an of a European anti-fascist movement. It has been very interesting. I'm going to probably repeat what I said before, but anyways, during the whole conference, during this whole Congress, we've been looking back to the past, but we have to look to the future as well. And we are seeing how all around Europe there is a rise of the fascism, even in governments, and here in Spain with many regions where the fascists are gaining ground, also thanks to the press and the media, because they are getting a lot of space in the media. And this is terrible, because we are starting to see this as something normal. So you're probably going to hear twice this agreement. I'm going to read it again, because this is the final agreement of the European Anti-Fascist Compromise, which is entitled Let's Build a Network of the European Anti-Fascist Movement. 100 years after the Black March on Rome, the resurgence of fascism and the extreme right in almost all European countries, their control of Hungary and Poland, the extremely dangerous infiltration of state powers and the economy in other countries such as Spain and Ukraine, the lack of effective measures taken by European states to stop and reverse this wave, all these reasons place us, the peoples of Europe, the democratic citizens, in the same solitude that we suffered from 1922 to 1939 in the anti-fascist struggle. Faced with this situation, we must once again face up to our historical responsibility, as the people in Spain did in those fateful years with the support of the greatest international solidarity movement of the 20th century, the International Brigade and the International Red Aid. It is for this reason that the undersigned organizations and individuals, participants in the European meeting against fascism and the far right, commit ourselves to constitute a European anti-fascist social network that promotes and articulates real convergences of a European anti-fascist social movement. The Greek experience shows, in the face of complicit indifference, that forceful social and institutional action is capable of stemming this tide, and that is what we are facing. We constitute a promoter commission in charge of the organization and convening of the 20th European meeting against fascism and the far right in 2023, where we will achieve a presence and exchange of experiences from all European countries and peoples and formally establish the European Anti-Fascist Social Network. This initial promotional committee may be expanded to later include 1 or 2 entities per country or people. The initial idea is the social preeminence of the network, with people, parties and truly democratic institutions being able to participate as collaborators. The aim is to go beyond the memory and centrally anti-fascist participation and to articulate all kinds of social collectives. No social space can be indifferent to fascism. Either one is anti-fascist or one is a necessary accomplice to it. This is a last-minute element, and is that we're going to take part in the Left, Green and Progressive Forces European Forum that held its 6th edition in Athens this year, and we're going to take part in this forum as the anti-fascist part. Thank you very much. Great. Rafa was taking the microphone because he's going to speak now. He's Rafa Morales. He's the president of our association, and he's also the coordinator of the working group of trials working group. Thank you very much, Lola, our first vice president. I'm going to make a quick review of our conclusions in this working group. I will start with the presentation, the introduction made by the comrades who work in the area of La Sauceda and the Memory Forum of El Campo de Gibraltar, which is an amazing job. I am really impressed. Their work is huge. I will just give you a hint of it. But they told us how it works. The website they are creating, this is going to be an open website, of course, and everyone could visit it and find insights and information on the mass grave map. And they include here graves from forced disparitions since 1936. They have shared their experience with us. They are now at a final stage. They have made some publications as well, and they work together with the regional government, but they have also their own research line. And in Andalusia, there are 795 mass graves of forced disappearances. So this association, this forum, they have estimates, of course, because you never get precise data. So they start making the research on the whole exhumation process, and you never get to know how many people are still in the mass graves. But their estimates are of around 45,500 people have already been, some of them have already been exhumated, and some of them, they still remain in the mass graves. So, but that's the figure for killed people during the war and during the first years of the Franco regime. So all those documents they are sharing with us, with many kinds of different documents, they allow them to make a study and make researches or make searches by gender, by date, by village. So this is a very complete work. They have 2,029 dignified mass graves, which means graves that have been exhumated and then later on with research about the people found in the graves, etc. And many of these graves are underneath other constructions like cemeteries or other kind of buildings. Any kind of buildings, mainly cemeteries, but well, these are mass graves that are almost impossible to recover or to research. And then there are 133 mass graves that are completely disappeared. These are the estimates from the forum. They keep working, of course. Their website is under construction, but it will be a very exhaustive website with a lot of information, and of course we will disseminate the launching of this website because everyone would be able to access all the information and to get to know in detail this amazing job they are carrying out. So next, I made a presentation of the network of trails, of memory trails of the Spanish state, launched 3 years ago. We had a website, and today already we have more than 80 memory trails on the Spanish territory. everyone can go and walk these trails and get to know a little bit more about the history, not only about the war, but also about the stories of the anti-Franco fighters, all those who were hidden in the mountains. So we consider this is a very important part of our history, and we're trying to disseminate it. We're still working on the project, and we would like, of course, to include much more information in every trail. We have around 20-25 memory associations, which are the ones sharing a lot of information. We're just one association inside this Memory Trails network. And one of our goals as the network is to promote commemorations like we do in the Desbandá. As you know, every year at the beginning of February, we make this journey of the death road between Malaga and Almería. So we need the participation of the associations in order to participate in that march as association, and we have other different tributes that are made in the country in general, and so we have to disseminate all the information and of course all the history associated to every memory trial. And now of course we landed in our La Desbandá memory trail. I don't remember when exactly, but a couple of months ago this trial was declared as a memory site by the parliament, by the Spanish parliament. And this has important implications because we've been talking with Fernando Martínez, Secretary of State, in charge of declaring this trial as a memory site, memory trial. And so we're going to keep on asking for this information center, especially dedicated to La Desbandá. Well, it means money. We need money to keep on advancing in our project. With the signaling, the necessary signaling of all the memory milestones. And as Gonzalo Acosta said, with the project that is going to be soon developed, the exhibition project for the memory trial of La Desbandá. There are 27 memory milestones. And the idea is to place information, to display the information, the documents, and everything regarding this episode through the whole road between Malaga and Almería, so that the general public can really know the truth about what happened in the very first days of February 1937 on that road. We have to keep on working because we have to do it throughout the whole trial. This is one of our main goals. This trial, either completely or in parts, in different legs, has to be walked by the students of the secondary schools so that they know what happened. And we also want these educational guides to be provided at every milestone of the way. This is our project, and after my discussions with the Secretary of State for Memory, I can say that he is committed to this project as well. He wants to develop the declaration of La Desbandá as a memory site, and this is going to bring more support from the government in order to dignify this trial. And this is our commitment. We know this is not going to happen in the short run, but we're going to keep working to do it, because this trial for us is our identity sign. This is our work and our memory. Thank you.
Finalmente, vamos a...
And finally, we're going to read the declaration of Mollina of this first international conference. It is my privilege to do it.
Bien. Declaración.
Final declaration, commitment of the first International Congress of La Desbandá in Mollina. The first International Congress of the Association of La Desbandá, meeting on 28th, 29th and 13th October at the CEULAG in Mollina, has approved the following. Final declaration. Considering, firstly, that through the various presentations and debates of notorious scientific quality, we have once again confirmed the historical importance of the massacre suffered by the Andalusian people in the forced flight of the majority of the population of Malaga by the so-called death road to Almería, together with thousands of people from other parts of Andalusia in the face of the attack of the capital of Malaga by fascist troops made up of Italian divisions sent by Mussolini, colonial troops from Franco's Moroccan army, and air forces sent by Hitler. Whereas, secondly, the genocidal fascist crime committed on the Malaga-Almería road, which was a premeditated attack on the civilian population fleeing the war, and which sought to cause as many victims as possible, was not an isolated event in the anti-fascist war waged by the Spanish Democratic Republic against the Spanish reactionary forces and the European fascist and Nazi states, but the whole of Spain, from north to south and from east to west, is full of bloody episodes of indiscriminate massacres of unarmed civilians, men and women, whose crime was to defend the nascent republican democracy against a form of Spanish-style fascism, which was supported by the fundamentalists, the Catholic clergy, and the powers of the large landowners, aristocrats that had always ruled Spain. The massacres and crimes to which the multitude of mass graves, some of which have already been opened and most of which are awaiting their opening, are permanent witnesses, are home to more than 100,000 people who were shot, including distinguished Andalusian personalities such as Blas Infante, or considered the father of the Andalusian homeland and the universal poet from Granada, Federico García Lorca. Considering, thirdly, that the crimes committed by fascism in Spain were not an isolated phenomenon either, but that the Second World War, which caused tens of millions of civilian victims in Europe, was an aggression by fascist forces and states against the peoples of Europe, where the victims were victims because of their democratic or left-wing political convictions, or because of their ethnic or social categorization, such as Jews, Gypsies, or homosexuals. Whereas, fourthly, we're going through a revival of fascist ideologies in Spain and all over Europe, and this is due to the insecurity and impoverishment of working class and popular strata condemned by neoliberal capitalist policies, and who are led to believe that the enemy is the immigrant Arab, Muslim, or black working class who are leaving their countries plagued by wars, plundering of multinationals, and the plundering of the black economy through the mainstream discourse monopolized by the media. Fifth, whereas the rise of fascism is also based on the lack of democratic historical memory, which gives rise to denial of the fascist crimes of the past, and in the specific case of Spain, the completely false account of what happened in the Republic, in the war and in the post-war period, has been taken for granted by a majority of the population who have not had access to an alternative, truthful and verifiable account of our historical process. Sixth, whereas the anti-fascist struggle is linked to democratic historical memory, but also to feminism, to women's equal rights, which were trampled under Franco's regime, and which, after their reconquest in the democratic process and the impetus of the feminist struggle, are once again being called into question and put on the agenda of the political projects of the Spanish right. Considering, seventhly, that the Andalusian Memory Law, as well as the recently passed National Democratic Memory Law, despite their shortcomings, represent progress, the fruit of the struggle of the memory movement, and should serve to advance in new. Considering, seventhly, that the Andalusian Memory Law, as well as the recently approved National Democratic Memory Law, despite their shortcomings, represent progress, the fruit of the struggle of the memory movement, and should serve to advance in new achievements for the education of new generations and in re-establishing the truth, justice, and reparation that is still pending from the past. On the basis of these considerations, we undertake to, first, to maintain and improve the activity of the integral march, of the comprehensive march of the Desbandá from Málaga to Almería, as well as the other activities that the Association of La Desbandá has been carrying out. Second, to work to increase the coordination of the Andalusian and national memory movement. Third, to work towards the coordination of a European memory and anti-fascist movement. Fourth, to defend and intensify gender equality policies in our structures, organizations, and activities. Fifth, to use and demand compliance with the laws of historical memory that have been approved in Andalusia and Spain, preventing them from remaining at the letter, also demanding that legislation be passed to classify the crime of the Malaga-Almería Road as a genocidal act and a crime against humanity. And sixth, we commit ourselves at the appropriate time to convene a second conference of La Desbandá, which will pursue a new advance in the state and European coordination of the memory and anti-fascist movement declaration adopted in Medina on the 30th of October 2022.
Vale, pero es que quería yo indicar una cosilla. Te paso ahora mismo el micrófono porque tú debes.
Yes, I will give you the floor because you are going the one who should conclude. But before that, I would like to ask Ángeles, the co-president of the Association La Desbandá, because I'd like her to be with us here for the closing of this Congress. Ángeles has been working very hard. It's not so visible what she's been doing, but she's been in charge of infrastructure, and also she's been doing so much for this project.
Te paso la palabra. Venga, ponte allí, dime unas palabras y...
Hoy, bueno, yo no tenía intención de salir aquí, pero...
Well, I didn't intend to be here up on the table. Well, I've just loved what I've done, and yes, I'm tired, but I'm just so happy to see you smiling. Of course, there are moments of sadness, but you all seem happy, and for me, the most important thing is that you've enjoyed this, that you had a good time here, and of course, I've worked very hard, and I don't know, I even met all the cleaning ladies and everything. I've really enjoyed everything I've done. Thank you very much. I was just thinking that, well, I always say that I am a child of the transition, because when Franco died, I was sent home by my mom, and then that was the first time that I saw the the Catalonian flag, and I didn't even know that flag existed. So how long? I mean, it's the first time we've done a Congress with the Republican flag here, and that's wonderful. I would also like to thank the work done by the volunteers. They've helped us so much. They've helped me, but also everyone in the organization, and they've always been there. They've helped us also with the IT issues, although Antonio Bandera, who's over there, Antonio Barrera, he never says anything, but he's been helping a lot. We have Paco Pepe. He's there, he's working all the time. There's been an anecdote. Well, some friends of his, and they said, well, we're waiting for Clara, because Clara did some wonderful lithographs. And well, he didn't know what we were talking about, that because he's been in this room for 3 days in a row. So round of applause extra for him. And I'd like to thank all my comrades, because everyone has been working very hard. Carmen has joined us really she arrived not long ago, and she's going to stay now. We won't let her go. And I'd like to say that this association also requires members that get engaged, who work with us, not with money, because our fee is really low, but just talking to other people. And that's how we've managed to have delegations in Valencia, in Madrid, in Andalusia, in Alicante, in so many places. So, you know, we also need to become stronger, as Rafa says, and also know that without money, what we can do is limited. And we need to start self-managing ourselves, because he's an anarchist, and he can explain about self-management. But in any case, yes, it's true that we need collaboration. An association needs members who will be engaged with us. And that's all.
Y ya las últimas palabras.
And now we would like to conclude this first International Congress of La Desbandá, 100 years, a century of popular anti-fascist struggles. So see you on the 2nd of February for the next March of La Desbandá in Malaga. I hope to see you then. Thank you to you all for your participation and for the success of this Congress.
hemos llegado los empeñados en recordar y en ver, los que todavía nos acordamos que ayer, hace 80 años, Málaga fue Siria y Almería fue la Grecia prometida. Hoy hemos llegado en sinfonía de voces al negro y mudo filo del túnel de la memoria. Voces armadas hasta los dientes de pinceles para teñir su negra oscuridad de colorines, para pintar en el lienzo del futuro otro Guernica, un ancho y luminoso Guernica arcoíris, para que nunca más, ni para nadie, tanto gris, tanto dolor, tanta muerte.
Hoy los homenajeados, hoy los homenajeados, nunca serán olvidados. Mira, 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 mira cómo vengo yo. Nunca serán olvidados. Mira, 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 mira cómo vengo yo.
Buenas tardes. Vamos a presentar la primera ponencia de este Congreso Internacional de la Desbandá. Mi nombre es Domingo, soy la Junta Directiva. Encarnación Barranquero Terceira es doctora en Geografía e Historia en la sección de Historia. Profesora titular del Departamento de Historia Contemporánea de la Universidad de Málaga, secretaria del área de Historia Contemporánea del Departamento de Historia Moderna y
Sácanos guapos, coño. Sácanos guapos. Hombre, eso siempre. No, que haya que es gratis, coño.
¿No te gasto carrete? Espérate que ha salido.
Hay cola aquí, muchachos.
Sí, que si no pinta me mata.
Hemos engañado, ya hemos encargado del encuentro. Tú tienes un trabajo hecho sobre Antequera, ¿verdad?
¿Sobre Antequera no? Tengo un trabajo... No, sobre Antequera no. ¿De qué? ¿De qué? ¿Sobre qué? ¿Pero sobre la guerra y tal y tal?
Sí.
No, de lo que he hecho en Córdoba, será otro compañero.
Pensaba que eras tú. Paco, ven para acá, Paco. Venga. Yo quiero saber por qué la vicepresidenta no me ha mencionado.
Me tiene manía, ya lo veo,
Muchas gracias. No lo envía. Oye, que me he olvidado de esto a mañana.
Oye.